Hey, what's up? Welcome to DGenEd. That's degenerative education, meaning none of this is financial advice. Just me having fun looking at charts and doing some DD. So this is going to be kind of a different video than I normally do. I'm just going to be diving into basically some questions that I have about AMC. I'm a shareholder, and these are a list of some things that have raised some concern for me, over the years. And I tried to dismiss the things, or I tried to recognize the benefits of them. And, more recently, my concerns grown a little bit. And so, I just wanted to get some more information on these things to either reassure myself or, to adjust myself based on, what I find. And so I'm not trying to put out any FUD. I'm not trying to do anything like that. I am probably going to put this video out unedited. And the reason for that is that it's probably going to be pretty long. And I haven't done any of the DD yet. I just have it written up here. And so hopefully this is beneficial for you guys to just see how I'm coming to these conclusions. And also if there's a different stock that you're interested in, you might be able to follow this as kind of a guide for looking into kind of the finances and all that stuff with companies. And like I said, this is not a type of video that I normally do. I don't normally do this kind of stuff. It just seems like it's worth it to me. And rather than just doing it privately by myself, I thought I'd record the process and post it for you guys to see what you think. And you can definitely leave your comments down below if you think some of my ideas are good, if you think some of them are bad, if you disagree with me, that's all fine. And so before I start getting into the DD, I just wanted to go over basically my justification for why these things are listed up here. And maybe you disagree with this, and that's totally fine. We're all able to have our own different opinions, but these are just things that have raised some concern for me. And so the first one at the top of the list is dilution. And so specifically on December 6th, that was a Friday, and on Thursday, we closed above $5 a share. And Friday morning before the market opened, we got news of dilution, and the stock price then, I believe, closed below $5 a share on that day. I think max pain was 450. And so I have been paying attention to, I always pay attention to options and closing prices on Fridays, because sometimes that can lead to a gamma squeeze or a gamma ramp. And I feel like what happened on that day really just killed it. And so that kind of wasn't necessarily a red flag for me. I tried to be, positive about it initially. But then we had 7 straight days of downward price action, and that just seemed not so bullish to me. And so, I just kind of wanted to get into that a little bit and just kind of explain my rationale for that, and maybe just looking at some dilutions over time. I know that some of you have mentioned in the comments in the videos that I've been putting out over the past year. I did an AMC video every week. Some of you have commented, especially following earnings, being concerned about dilution. So I just wanted to, kind of dive into that a little bit. Another thing, I did go over it in last week's video, I believe, or maybe it was the video before that, on the debt. Somebody was posting about how we're making progress on the debt, but just really thinking about that and how long it would take us to pay off the debt. That's a concern of mine. Ideally, we don't have any debt. Another thing that I am a little bit concerned with, that's always kind of stood out to me, but I kind of dismissed it, is just the compensation that the CEO and the board gets. Because if the company and the stock are just continuing to underperform, I would think that a good incentive for them would be to only be compensated with shares, not get salary. And then, that creates incentive for the stock price to go up. But if they're getting paid hefty salaries and getting shares, the shares don't really matter because they're getting lofty salaries. They're getting paid more than me. I know that. So that's something I did want to get into. This is another thing. It's not such a big deal, but just really thinking about AMC's recent investment in, the chairs, the seating, comfort, all of that, laser screens or whatever. We definitely want viewers to be having the best experience, but at the same time, I mean, I don't know how you guys are with your debt, but whenever I'm in debt, and I like to play with credit cards to get the 0% APR for however much time. And so I'm not paying interest, and then kind of like to move that cash into savings to then get interest on the savings. So I like playing that game. I like playing with debt. But at the same time, if I, get a little too extended in my debt, I don't then go, making big purchases. I try to be disciplined. I eat at home more. I probably drink less and, whatnot. I entertain myself less. And until I get that debt paid off. So investing in these chairs, the lasers, I have some concerns about that, some critiques about it. Hopefully, taken as constructive criticism. All of this, hopefully, taken as constructive criticism. But yeah, I mean, like I said, I have some concerns. And also, I should note, didn't mention this at the beginning, I'm making this video now, and I'll probably do follow ups like this. I'm doing it now because, the thesis that I put out last week, I think price could be going lower. But I think that we will be seeing some big moves to the upside in the next couple months. That's really kind of the outline of my thesis. And so I would rather be going over this stuff now when I think that there's great potential for the stock price to move up in the near future, rather than doing this, let's say 3 months from now after the move, or if there's a pullback, whatever. So, I'm just trying to lay this out at a time that I think it's appropriate. And again, not trying to spread FUD, just trying to share my ideas. And rather than just isolate them and not share them with you guys, I'd rather be transparent because I think kind of, a discussion here would be constructive for all of us. And another point kind of related to the chairs and the lasers is just, the investments that AMC's been doing in popcorn, chocolate, and booze. And so, popcorn, I think that's a great move. I think that's a great pivot, whether that's, let's see, selling the bagged popcorn or the microwavable popcorn, getting that to start off in Walmart, now in, is it Kroger? I don't know, the other, all of the Publix, I believe. I'm just thinking about all the different grocery stores I've shopped at throughout my life. I know that there are going to be some more grocery stores coming up in the new year, or in the current year. Happy New Year, guys, 2025. And I know that Hy-Vee is going to be added to that. So that's exciting for me because that's the grocery store that I go to. So, I think that's great. And popcorn makes sense for a movie theater. Chocolates also, I think that's a good idea to just be kind of insourcing some of the candy sales rather than just outsourcing all of that to, Mike and Ike and, all those different candy companies. And, so I think that was a good move. However, I don't think it's like a game changer. And really, not only for the chocolate, but also the popcorn, I feel like both of those are really kind of supplemental to the company. I think they're complementary to it. But what we need is butts in seats watching movies. And so popcorn, chocolate, I think that's great. But I guess this is going to come back to a critique of the chairs. So I'll save that for when diving into that, just so I'm, kind of basing my comments on the data and not just throwing it out there. Anyways, the note on booze, I just wanted to add that because I know there have been some ideas about AMC brewing its own beer, selling its own wine, and possibly some liquors. And I feel like there's just been a lot of red tape given that AMC is in so many different states. There are just so many rules and regulations with that. Adam Aaron has voiced that that's going to be kind of a tricky one. So, some of those I think are great, but also some of them, I don't think that they're, game changers, but I do think that they give us a little bit of an edge. And then this other point, which perhaps should be more closer to the lasers portion here, but just thinking about, actually, I was going to change this I wasn't going to have it be VR, AR, or AI. I'll change it to something else in a second, but before I do that, I'll just explain that VR, virtual reality, AR, augmented reality, and AI, and really just like social media. I feel like the way that people are getting the pathways for people to get their entertainment just so varied. And so I feel like before it used to just be, let's see, streaming. That streaming is the new thing. Nobody wants to go to the movies, but I think it's actually like streaming is a part of it, and also just like the technology for us to be able to have such nice home theaters with not having to spend so much on them. Streaming's a factor of that, but also I just think that with the amount of technology that we have, especially thinking about social media, a lot of us are tuned into our phones and just the attention span, all of that. And one thing that I don't know who was talking about this. I was listening to a podcast about somebody. It was probably the All In podcast. I tend to watch that every weekend. But one of the guys was talking about how their kids don't text anymore. They just use let's see, Snapchat. I don't use it, and so that their kids are like in fear of going to the movies because it's just too big, it's too stimulating. And so I just feel like that there's kind of this culture shift. And I've been told I'm an elder millennial. I think it's BS. I think I'm an OG millennial. But just thinking about that, the way that people utilize technology and get entertained, it is changing over time. And I think that we really need to be leaning into the what the younger generations are doing. And so for me, pretty much the only time I use Snapchat is if I'm going out with a girl who's younger than me. I start using it to communicate with her. But other than that, I don't really use Snapchat. So I don't really, I just rather text or not be bothered, or be on X, or YouTube. So I just think that there's a lot of aspects to technology there that AMC could be better pivoting into. So, I don't necessarily know that I have that many ideas for it, but I do feel like rather than just doing like OG movies, I guess something that I should put up here, like the college football stuff that we're doing, I think that's great. But just different ways to pivot and to bring more of like the dynamic aspect of our lack of attention spans and the technology that we have. I feel like that's kind of it would be good to strengthen the company by doing stuff like that rather than just this like kind of more I guess conventional ways to improve. I feel like really the company could be morphing into what is the next, the AI revolution or the VR revolution, whatever that is. And then, so another thing, this is probably the first thing that really kind of like raised my eyebrow, and that was the issuance of APE, so the AMC preferred equity. And so I was felt like that was a little bit odd because I believe at that time we as the shareholders voted that there would not be any more dilutions or no capital raises until a certain date. And so in that time, I believe APE was issued, and that effectively served to dilute the stock. And so I felt like that was kind of a manipulative way to do that, but also, I wanted to give the benefit of the doubt. I am new to, holding a stock this long. And yeah, but I felt like that was a little bit shady. So I do have I do have some concerns about that and did want to explore them with you guys. And then finally, just the timeline that, we saw big moves about 4 years ago. And yeah, I mean, just considering all the stuff here, relating it to that timeline, uh, you know, uh, do I want to be waiting another 4 years effectively, or is it going to get better in another 4 years, or is it just going to continue on the same kind of trajectory that we've been on? So I think that's a very important thing to be considering. And then so I am also going to. I just got to switch over to uh, copy and paste a thumbnail of a video. Oops, I copied the text. So let's see. I'm just going to put this here. Oh, I got the text there again. Let's see. Yeah, man. I've got to, I think I just got to import it, whatever. Let's see, insert, and I'll insert photo browser. Man, this is so weird because I feel like, I guess I've never done this before. Allow access to all photos. This is, oh, let's see. Sorry, this is a little clunky. Maybe I just want to drag and drop. Why can't I? I'm surprised. I'm sorry. Oh, there we go. All right, and then so I'm just gonna adjust the size of this. So maybe it's like, I think maybe that's still too big. So let's say 4 inches. Let's say 3. That doesn't seem that overwhelming. And so I'm just gonna paste it right into that cell there. And so that is the video that I put out last Friday, my 2-month AMC Theaters thesis. And so basically, I think that the stock price could be coming down to $3.50. I think that it could be potentially coming down to around $3 before going higher. I do go over that in that video. So I am just going to switch over to the web browser so I can copy the link to this. And I will be putting this spreadsheet online, so you guys will have access to this stuff if you want. And I don't think I need any of this stuff after the question mark, so I'll just delete that so it's a little bit cleaner. And yeah, and so I will put a link to the spreadsheet in the description of this video, and it will be populated with information. I am just starting it now, going over, my thoughts on this. And so let's see, the dilution, I wasn't going to go over the chart at all, but I'll just go over this really quick. So let's see, on this day, this was December 5th, closed at a price of $5.20. Got the news on the 6th, which was a Friday, that there would be dilution, and the stock price opened below $5 a share, hit a high on the day of $4.88, and then we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 red days going from above $5 a share, closing on the 16th of December at a price of $4.06, but hitting a low of $3.93. So going from above $5 to below $4 a share, just 7 days, or really, 6 trading days following that announcement, if we're not including that first day. And then we've just, traded along this downtrending purple line, hit a new low for, this portion of the cycle that we're in of 372 on the day, closing at $3.80. That's below $4 a share. I guess I could look over at what max pain is for today just to give us an idea. And so the way that I want to do that is just go to unusual whales, and I'm going to go to the flow data. I do it from contract lookup, and then I think going from one of them over here, I tend to have a hard time. This ticker explorer, go into the Greeks, and then from there can type in AMC up here. And let's see, let's get that searched. Scroll down, and we can see that max pain for Friday, January 10th, was $4 a share. So we closed below it. And so, but we did close pretty close to it. So it's not like super bearish or anything. It's really kind of neutral because we're pretty close. But it would have been much better if we closed at like 401. We did hit a high today of $3.92. But, that high for today did correspond with this purple downtrend I went over in the thesis, so I'm not going to do it here. But, yeah, this just doesn't look so great. And I think that this alert could be getting hit at 350. And so that's part of my thesis. I'd encourage you watch it. But, yeah, I'm just not happy with this dilution because I felt like we were set up. I think, let's see, this is part of what I wanted to search. What was the max pain on December 6th? So let's look that up. I haven't actually looked up historical data before, and maybe historical max pain. Wow, this is cool. In unusual whales. So we can see that. So from the, let's see, close, max pain. This is December 9th, but let's see. I would want this to be. So this was, so the 9th was a Monday. Because then let's see, yeah. So I guess that's just like the historical, it's posted the Monday after the tradings closed on Friday the 6th. So yeah, it was December 6th. And so the max pain for, December 9th right here, that was max pain was $5 a share. When we yeah, see, it says December 6th right there. So max pain on December 6th was $5 a share. And so I don't like that. I think that it was a terrible move, I'm sorry, to be diluting the stock on a Friday when it had closed above max pain. So max pain, $5 a share. What did it close above on the 5th? It closed at 520, so that's like pretty notably above it. Also, what was the high on December 2nd? That was, let's see, 519. So we closed above this wick high over here, spinning top, kind of a reversal, but then we bounce back up and we close above that high. So I just feel like we really got rug pulled on this. And, that's just raised a lot of questions for me and really sparked me wanting to do this. And so let's see what I want to go back to the spreadsheet just so I'm building upon this. I guess I'll move Ed for a second. You can see the tabs down here. This is just going to be the home tab or whatever. But then I will add another tab to kind of go over what I find here with dilution. And so you should be able to access the spreadsheet online. And I'm just going to adjust this to be 200% like the other one, so things are like a little bit bigger just so you guys can see. And I'm going to change the font to Dreaming Out Loud Pro because, I just think that's a fun font. And so I'm just going to have a note up here that this is on dilution. Actually, what was the font size for these? Okay, 12. And this is 12. I guess I went in more than 200%, 260. So let's type that in over here, 260. And so there, that should be formatted the same way. It looks nice, hopefully. Okay, and so this dilution happened. Maybe I should just copy and paste this so I have the date there as well. The max pain for that day. So I guess I should say closing price on the 12th. Or maybe I want to do this. How do I want to do this? Okay, I'll just do, let's see, closing, let's see, maybe date. I got the date right there, so I'll just do closing price, max pain. And so closing price, let's check it again in case I get it wrong. Closing price on the 6th was $4.73. $4.73. And the max pain was $5 a share. And I might, do that. All right, so, I don't like this, that we were above and then closed below following the announcement of this dilution. So I don't think that's that great. And then let's see if I go online again. And so I don't know that, I guess maybe, yeah, I can include a link to this, although you'd probably need to have a subscription to Unusual Whales to get this information. But I will just include this as, let's see, a hyperlink and post that there. And so got that there. The font's changed, but maybe I want to change it back. I don't know if I can change it back. I can. Cool. So there's that. And I'm just going to also change this to that font, which may not show up appropriately online or for you guys to view, but I like that font, so I'm going to leave it there. And so, yeah, there's that information. And let's see. Okay, so that's for that date. We can see historical max pain for the 6th. And so, yeah, I kind of wanted to go over some information from AMC's investor relations page that would include the 8K filing for when they did have this dilution on December 6th. So if we go over to just, I'm going to type in AMC, and then just for my history, AMC Investor Relations, just going to Google search that. And then this pops up via Google. If you want to do this for your own company, pretty much any company that you search the name and then investor relations, there will be a web page that will give you information. And so for AMC, it looks like the URL is investor.amc.theaters.com. So I will put this, maybe I want to be doing this going down. I'm not sure. Yeah, let's see. I'm going to reorganize this. So closing price right there. And I'm going to do the date, which is December, so maybe 12/6. That's 24. So I'll put that there, and I'll just leave this as dilution. This is the date, and then we can get max pain information over here. Just going to make sure that's still correct hyperlink, and this will go over here. And so, yeah, we got this information there. Oh, man, I got to change this font again, though. All right. Okay, and so from that, let's see, investor relations, AMC investor relations. So I got that, and I'm just going to copy and paste this here so it's accessible to all of us. And I don't know why it's a fun font. I like it. All right, so got that there. And so let's dive into some of the information that they have on there. So we'd be going to the SEC filings. And so if I just click on that tab, we can see, we have this information here. So from January 6th, December 6th, this is the 8K filing. So I wonder what all of this stuff was from January 6th. Form 4, maybe, this is something important for us to be looking at. But yeah, so you guys can see, and I need to bring Ed back. I thought, there we go. There he is. Cool. Let's see. So from these two dates, both on, December 6th, and we can go back further in time to look at more 8K filings because the Form 424B5 prospectus filed pursuant to rule whatever. I believe these both have the same information, more or less. So the 8K filing, I'm going to include a link to this in the spreadsheet. And so this is going to be, the 8K filing. And I will just again put that information there, and maybe I want to change the fonts at the end of this. I'm just going to be doing that constantly, but yeah, like consistency. So yeah, 8K filing, 8K form filed, and so from this we can see, so this is, let's see, how do I want to do this? Maybe I just want to do the date again down here in case I do look at other 8K filings, and we can see that this was from this document, let's see, relating to an aggregate of up to 50,000 shares, or yes, 50 million shares, of Class A common stock valued at 1 cent. And so let's see, this is with Goldman Sachs, acting in its capacity. Maybe I want to make this a little bit bigger so you guys can perhaps read it a little bit easier. And so from this, 50 million shares of Class A common stock. And let's see, there's just so much jargon with this. So on December 6th, AMC Entertainment Holdings entered into a sale and registration agreement with Goldman Sachs, from time to time acting in its capacity as one sale agent and the forward seller of any of all hedging shares offered by a forward counterparty in each case as defined below. And so let's see, in accordance with the terms of the sale registration, the company may issue and sell shares of common stock covered by the prospectus anytime and time from, supplement at any time and from time to time through the sale agent. The sales agent may act. And so this is, basically 50 million, I keep saying 50,000, 50 million shares. So I'll just say shares. And this is 50 million. And so the average price, let's see, at a par value, or at the cost of 1 cent per share. So I'll use their same jargon, par value. And let's see over here. So par value. And so that is going to be 0.1 cents. And so that would mean that the cost of this, issuing these new shares, cost AMC, let's see, this times this, that is, $500,000. That is how much it cost AMC to release these shares. Possible I'm wrong in interpreting that, but that's kind of how I understand it. And so, what do we think about this? Currently, the share price is well above 1 cent. So in that sense, let's just go with the price from today. Actually, well, let's do this. Let's think about this. Let's go with the closing price from December 6th. Okay, and so closing price on December 6th was $4.73. Oh, crap, I did that wrong. So let's see, $4.73. And so let's multiply that by, value. Let's see, the value on 12.6. And so that would be, based on this closing price, well, I should say 12.6 closing price. There we go. And then I'll just do value over here, keep it a little bit cleaner. And so it's that. And so this would be, let's say, taking these, 50,000 shares, multiply them, oops, wrong button, by the closing price on that date. But then I am going to subtract the cost. And so effectively, AMC produced from this less than $250 million, but pretty close, to $250 million. So that's pretty good. I think that's, a good move in that sense. And so let's see, I just want to make these all, crap. I need to adjust this a little bit. Okay, so we've got that there. And now let's see what the closing price was from Friday, January 10th. So, basically as I'm recording this, closing price. And then I will do the value now. And so the closing price from today, I'm just going to flip back to the chart so we can see that, $3.80. And so, got that there. And so now we can do the exact same thing that we did here. I might actually just do this in a little bit smoother of a way, maybe. So I'm just going to do that. And let's see, I want to do that one. So those will stay in place. If I just copy this over and put it there, that should be, the same numbers. I just need to adjust the size of this. And so, what we had was $236 million. That is now equal to, $189.5 million. And so the change is going to then be the difference, so the final minus the initial. And so it looks like that's a loss, given that the stock price has come down of about $46.5 million. So, that's not so great, but this is still, value that we do have that resulted from that dilution, even though stock price came down. There is some money there. So, in that sense, I think it's good, but I think it would be, better if the stock price, had gone up. Let's say it had gone up to, $6 a share, what would that result in? That would mean that we'd have, about almost $300 million in value going up from 236. And so that's not what happened. And so what happened is that, let's see, I'm just going to copy the format, place that here. And yeah, the price has come down to below $4 a share. And so I think that the company would have been in a better position in all on it. Like, yeah, actually, let's work out this math. Let's say in the hypothetical scenario of we didn't do this dilution, and price ended up going, from 473 up to, let's see, $6 a share. And I'm just going to have to do this again, copy the formatting, and really I can just type in $6 a share there. So let's think about that. And so from this closing price, and then we would also want to consider the amount of shares. And let's see, maybe I want to continue to scroll over because I do want to add more AK filings over here. Maybe I can just continue down scrolling with, because I'm not really going to include this like hypothetical stuff from this date here. But maybe I will be doing something similar. I don't know. I might have to reformat. But yeah, I mean, this is, like stuff that I'm doing for myself. I'm just narrating it for you guys, talking through my thought process. And so, I see that, let's say hypothetically price was at $6 a share right now. And maybe that would have resulted if we hadn't diluted. And so going from, this price, I don't need to retype it, $4.73. And then if we think about, how many shares that are, let's see, I'm not the best at doing this kind of stuff, but let's see. Free float of market cap. I feel like we want to do shares outstanding and the free float of market cap, volume traded on this day. So let's see, 380 million. Let's just do like kind of ballpark, 380 million, and we had issued. So, this might be me screwing up some math, so please let me know if I'm doing this wrong. And actually, maybe I could just ask Google, what is the free float? And what is the outstanding shares? And so I might just ask Google, what is the free float of a stock? A stock's free float is the number of shares that are available for public trading, or the percentage of a company's total shares that are available for trading. It's also known as the public float. Okay, so let's see how to calculate. Let's see the total number of shares of a company. Okay. So let's see. To calculate the total number of shares of a company has, also known as the outstanding shares, you can find the information on the company's balance sheet in the shareholders' equity section, where it will typically list the total number of shares issued, then subtract the number of shares repurchased by the company to get the total outstanding shares. Alternatively, you can calculate it by dividing the company's market cap by its current share price. And so let's just do it that way. And so the current market cap is 1.45 billion. And maybe I could just also do, what is AMC Entertainment market cap, in case they give us some more significant figures. Just 1.45. And so maybe we just market capitalization, let's look, it says 1.44. Why does it say 1.45 on the other page? As of January, market cap of 0.44. But just, we'll just be doing the kind of round numbers, and, what I see here, 1.45. And so maybe I just want to do this up at the top where there's this empty space. And so I will, let's see, scroll over here, and I might just do, let's see, market cap, and that would, sorry, I keep switching between these different applications. So let's see, market cap on that date. So it's lined up with that date. So hopefully that's clear. And then we can see that it is, 1.45 billion. So that's going to be, let's see, this is 1.45. So this is million, this is thousand, and this is to the decimal points. It's thousand, million, billion. So right there. And then if we take that number and consider it with, let's see, the total, the price, the share price here. Well, we want to do that with, okay, you can also calculate by dividing the company's market cap by its current share price. Okay, so number of shares. So let's see, just trying to figure out how to organize this. So this is, again, following the 10th. So let's say number of shares. And so I will calculate that by, I'm just going to double check again. You can calculate this by dividing the company's market cap by its current share price. So I'm going to take that market cap and divide it by the current share price. And so the total number of shares, as we can see here, which I guess there's a fraction of a share there, I might add some commas to that. Let's see, from a number format, commas. I'm not going to worry about that decimal. And so we've got 381.5 million shares. But we did add to that, these 50 million shares. So if we get the number of shares, so pre-dilution, we would then, take this number and subtract this number from it to get the total number of shares before dilution. And so now we've got the total number of shares there before the dilution. And if we, let's say we take that number to, we take that number and we then multiply this by this number to then get the market cap. I believe that would be correct. So market cap. So this is going to be like the theoretical market cap. And so that is $1.989 billion. So this is theoretical. But now let's do, like we did over here, let's get that difference between the theoretical market cap. So this is, I keep doing that. So, take that number and then subtract the market cap from, the closing price of Friday, January 10th, the market cap there. And let's see, the difference is that if we would not have had a dilution and price was able to go up following this, instead it came down. I feel like because of that dilution, because we were closing above, potentially, the day before, max paying $5, the day before, we closed above $5. So there's every chance that we could have definitely closed above $5 a share there. Did put in a big wick there, so maybe that was not a great sign. But we did close above the high from December 2nd, so I think that was a good sign. If we wouldn't have gotten this dilution, would we have come down? Would we be below $4 a share? I don't know. Nobody can know that. But I think that we'd have a better chance of being up here if we did not have that dilution. And let's say, we change this number to be not $6. Let's say we just leave it at $5. All right, and so what would that difference then be? Let's see, did that go? I screwed this up. I screwed this up, didn't I? So that can't be right. So this is 1.9 billion, almost 2 billion. I probably screwed up some numbers just because there's so many commas. So this 1.45 billion. This one almost 2 billion, notably higher. And the difference is $500 million. And so maybe I can't do that anymore. But yeah, I guess I don't really need the decimals there. Maybe I want to adjust the formatting. Let's see. Currency. How can I adjust this? I don't know if... yeah, I think I'll just leave it like that because I'd rather have the math there than adjust it. And also I can remove these decimals because I don't think that they're needed. And then so that's just a little bit cleaner. And this doesn't have the zeros either. And so I can just adjust these cells to be a little bit tighter, even though we probably won't be able to fit it all behind me anyways, because I got it zoomed in just so you guys can see it a little bit better. I guess there's a little bit of a trade-off there. Okay, yeah, so this makes me think that it would have been better with the idea that price would have gone up to $6 a share. But let's say price doesn't go up to $6 a share. Let's say it only goes up to reclaim $5 a share. And so the difference over here, it's still higher. Over $200 million higher than based on what we've seen with the dilution and the decline in price, which I feel like is largely attributed to the dilution on a Friday morning when we could have closed above max pain. But so let's, just talking about max pain, let's consider that going back over to the AMC max pain over here. And so we can see that for today, it was $4 a share. So let's say, we didn't close at $3.80. Let's say we closed at $4.80 or at $4. And so, if we closed above today's max pain, and so I should note I am recording this Friday evening, but, for Friday the 10th's max pain, we would have been lower by 123, almost $124 million. So in that sense, it's good, but I don't think max pain would have been this low had we not done this dilution. I think it would have been closer to, let's see, $6 a share. And let's say, let's split the difference. I think that the market cap of the company would be higher today. Wait, is this the theoretical market cap? And I'm probably just screwing up. Oh, okay, yeah, so pre-dilution price. So, yeah. Okay, so this is theoretical. Yeah, okay, I'm just making sure I'm calculating this right as far as I know. I'm sure there's probably a better way to do this. But, yeah. That seems like a pretty straightforward calculation. And yeah, so I would have to say that I'm disappointed by this decision to dilute. But hey, it is what happened. And, maybe this is a good way to think about it. Maybe it's not. I don't know. But I'm not terribly happy about that, in all honesty. And just because, let's see, I've been going on about this for 49 minutes. I'm probably not, maybe I'll go over, yeah, let's just look at their website to see. I've zoomed in too much here. So let's see if I scroll back. So this is from one here. So when was the last 8K filing that we had? And actually, no, maybe I want to look a little bit more closely at the 8K filing. So this is, 50 million shares. Does it say anything about the total number of shares? on here. Sorry for cracking my neck. Yeah, so let's see. This is just, creating more shares. And so maybe I want to go back here to the this form just to see. This is 50 million shares, up to 50 million shares. And so I don't see anything about the total number of shares. Yeah, and so okay, yeah, there's some more information here. So maybe I actually want to include this link as well. This is the 424B5. So 424B5 filing. And I will include a link to that as well. That's the 8K. This is the 424B5. So I'll include that link here. And so we have that, and that was also from the same date. I'm just going to select all and adjust the font. So there we go. Okay, and let's get back to this. Oh, and let's see. Yeah, I thought I just okay, yeah, there's some more information down here about, okay, so on December 5th, yeah, so I'll just read this portion because it has, actually, maybe I should read this portion. Okay, so maybe I want to zoom in on this for us so we can all read it a little bit better. Okay, so during 2024 to date, the market price of our Class A common stock has fluctuated from an intraday low on the New York Stock Exchange of $2.38, being the all-time low hit on April 16th of 2024, to an intraday high on the New York Stock Exchange of $11.88 on May 14th. So that's the range we've traded in the year of 2024. And so the last reported share price of Class A common stock on the New York Stock Exchange on December 5th, closing price was $5.20 a share, as I had gone over. And so, okay, so I mean, considering that, we sold, or we diluted, I should say, closer to the lower end than to the upper end, so something to consider. So I'll just read this portion as well. So during 2024 to date, according to the New York Stock Exchange, daily trading volume for our Class A common stock ranged from approximately, 3.755 million to 634.246 million shares. So during 24 to date, trading volume. This is trading volume. So the maximum amount of trading volume was 634 million shares. And so let's actually look at the chart to kind of get an idea about that. It should basically just be, what day do we see the most amount of shares traded? And so the high on May 14th for the volume, as you can see, it's going to be up here, but it will move, as my cursor moves. And actually, maybe I could see, just to the left of the cursor there, you can see that volume is 634 million. And so that's the most volume that we saw. That's reflected here. So that makes sense. I kind of understand that. So good, just want to check my understanding. And so the extreme fluctuations in the market price and trading volume of our Class A common stock in recent years have been accompanied by reports of strong and atypical retail investor interest, including on social media and online forums. While the market prices of our Class A common stock may respond to developments regarding our liquidity, operating performance, and prospects and developments regarding our industry, we believe that volatility and our current market price also reflect market and trading dynamics related to our underlying business or macro or industry fundamentals, and we do not know how long these dynamics will last. So we believe that the volatility and our current market price, and so that's our current market price, so that's when this is filed in December, reflects We believe that the volatility in our current market prices also reflect market and trading dynamics unrelated to our underlying business or macro or industry fundamentals, and we do not know how long these dynamics will last. And so I think that would be like, uh, short selling and whatever nefarious activities to suppress the stock price, I imagine. And so within the last 7 business days, the market price of our Class A common stock has fluctuated from an intraday low on the New York Stock Exchange of $4.71 on November 26th to an intraday high of $5.56 on December 5th. We could have closed on the 6th above $5 a share. And Max Payne on that day was, let's see, what do I have it over here? Okay, so it was $5 a share. So we could have closed above Max Payne, but maybe it wouldn't have been that notable, a notable close above it. So I don't know. I think that there was a lot of weakness in that dilution. And so under the circumstances, we caution you against investing in our Class A common stock unless you are prepared to incur the risk of losing all or a substantial portion of your investment. And so under the circumstances, we caution you against investing in our Class A common stock unless you are prepared to incur the risk of losing all or a substantial portion of your investment. So that's maybe just general risk factors, but also because of the dilution, prices coming down. I don't know. And so let's see. Yeah, I guess there's a bunch of information on here, or these links. Yeah, so the offering, this is there. So let's go to the offering. And so we've kind of already gone over this stuff. Manner of the offering. Clear market. I just kind of want to know like numbers of shares like right before it, just to make sure that, what I calculated is not so bad. And so I think that, let's see, this has some information here. So from January 1st of 2020, so more than 4 years ago, to December 4th of 2024, the outstanding shares of our Class A common stock have increased. This is a lot of shares. This is, 376 million shares. And so let's see, based on what I calculated of the shares, yeah, so this is like pretty disheartening because the outstanding shares of our Class A common stock have increased by 376,262,545 shares. Okay, so let's see. Number of shares, and so this is going to be compared to share increase. So let's slide over a little bit. And so the share increase, I am just going to, just so I have the same format. So yeah, okay, so I just want to have the format. So I'm just going to type in that number. So that's, I'll just copy it, paste it, and match destination formatting. And so this is the share increase. I'm an idiot. So I don't want that to be currency. I just want that to be this number. And so that is the number of shares that were increased. And maybe I actually just want to move this down. And I'll do share increase. Let's see. This is from the date of January 1st, 2022. So this is, 2020. Share increase from the beginning of 2020 to December 4th. So I'll just do 12/4/2024. So share increase in that range. Maybe I should just write it as the date so there's no confusion there. So I'll just slide this over. And so we got that number there. Okay, so the share increase there. And then let's say I'm just going to copy this cell over. I should probably just be doing this going down a list rather than over. Maybe I'll adjust the formatting in the end. But so the share increase, oh God, I screwed this up. I had to put a slash there. And so we got the same thing here. But this is going to be, from, effectively, I'll just say January 10th of 2025. And so that would be, this number plus the number of shares that we introduced via that dilution. And so this is the number of shares that we've increased. The number of shares. I think I'm screwing this up. I have to be screwing this up. Because why do we have a smaller number of shares here? Yeah, so okay, so I've increased. I have to figure out like how many shares of AMC stock have been issued. So this is, maybe I just want to go to Yahoo Finance for this. Statistics, market cap, price to sale, ratio. Okay, so maybe I want to go down here. Outstanding. Shares outstanding. Implied shares. Okay, so what's 5 and 6? Okay, so implied shares outstanding. It's more than what I calculated. So maybe I calculated wrong. But we see here that it's less than 400 million. Okay. This is, like, in all honesty, disheartening. I don't know. Because just like if we look over at the form year, from January 2020 through December 4th, 2024, the outstanding shares of our Class A common stock have increased by this many shares on a reverse split adjusted basis in a combination of at-market sales, conversion of Series A convertible, participating preferred stock, shareholder, litigation settlement, conversion of Class B common stock, conversion of notes, exchange notes. I feel like this would be just like the APE stuff. But yeah, I don't understand how this math works out. Okay, so a common stock from, gosh. Okay, so I'll just continue reading this. So on March 14th, 2023, we held a special meeting of our stockholders and obtained a requisite stockholder approval of the charter amendments as defined by the annual report. On August 14th of 2023, we filed the amendment to our certificate of incorporation implementing the charter amendments effective August 24, 2023. Accordingly, in accordance with the charter amendments, we increased the total number of authorized shares of Class A common stock from 524 million shares to 550 million shares, and effectuated a reverse stock split at a ratio of 1 share of Class A common stock for every 10 shares of Class A common stock outstanding, in accordance with the terms of our in accordance with the terms of the Certificate of Designations governing the Series A convertible participating preferred stock, following the effectiveness of the charter amendments, all outstanding shares of our Series A convertible participating preferred stock converted into 99.5 million shares of Class A common stock. Okay, so I'm just like kind of confused because all of these numbers, so it's like that would be I'm just wondering, I thought it would be on a reverse stock split adjusted basis, so increased by that many, but if there was then this reverse stock split, 1 for 10, so we would then have, or 10 for 1, wait, no, so every 1 share, every 10 shares would be equivalent to 1 share. So every, this is just in accordance with the terms of the Certificate of Designations governing Series A convertible participating preferred stock, following the effectiveness of the chart amendment, all outstanding shares of our participating share concerned to, God, I can't read. In accordance with the terms of the Certification of Designations governing the Series A convertible participating preferred stock, following the effectiveness, blah, 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 all outstanding shares of our Class A stock converted into 99 million shares of Class A common stock. And so let's see, total number of shares. To calculate the total number of shares a company has, also known as the outstanding shares. So I'm just checking that, making sure I'm understanding this. So this is converted to outstanding shares of all outstanding shares. So at this time, there's 99 million shares. And now we have ballpark, I probably screwed this up in some way, number of shares less than 400 million. But so we went from, less than 100 million here, following these reverse splits, I guess, to less than 400 million. But so we've gone from, every 1 share that you hold, is now has 1/4 of its value effectively. Okay, so, again, I don't think that's that good, but, if it keeps the company afloat. And so this was, maybe I should look at the chart for this. So this was effective August 24th of 2023. So let's look at the chart. Gotta go back in time some. And so August 24th. Yeah, so this was on the reverse split day. 1 for 10, makes sense. Lines up. And so on this day, we effectively had 100 million shares outstanding. Whereas now, I guess, actually, from what I calculated, 381. Sorry. It says, market cap up, or sorry, not market cap. Shares outstanding 381. So I did that right. 381 million. Anyways, so from here, the share price was like a closing price. So not like the high on that day was $16.60. And the closing price on that day was $14.37. So, okay. So let's see, what am I thinking about? I mean, it's clearly gone down in value because this is adjusted, so that had a value of, on the close of that day, 1437. We're now at 380. And so, gosh, I don't know how to organize this. Organize these thoughts. I don't think scrolling to the left is necessarily a good solution. I think that, going down is, so let's see. Dilution. So on that day, let's see. I just want to like organize this so it's a little bit more. And scrolling down would just be nice, but how do I want to organize all these columns? So, let's see, I'll insert. And so this is, just going to be date. Let's just organize date there. And maybe this one I want to do shares. And let's see, I guess I'll do market cap up here. I think I want to, hopefully that doesn't screw up numbers over here. But yeah, so just like I have stuff up there. Okay, so from that dilution on that date, this number of shares were introduced. And so I can put that up there just to kind of consolidate this a little bit more. And so the par value for those shares was this, and the cost, which I had calculated, was up here. Okay. And then so on that date, so date's still over here. So let's just do closing price. And we can see that it was, this number. So I'll delete that. And then what was the value based on the closing value, I guess I should say. Closing value. So that's the number of shares times the cost. Okay, so that's 236 million from this dilution. Okay, and then so now, let's see, and maybe I just want to, for the date here, I think I'll also, let's see, this is max pain for the date of, this. Okay, so the max pain was this, which, yeah, it doesn't match up with shares, but you get it. That's max pain at $5. And so now, kind of what I want to do is the closing price from, let's see, just, 110.25. And so here I've got the closing price is from here. And then I will do, let's see, let's see. This is what do I want to put here? So this is, yeah, well, I think I want to do actual data, and then I'll just do theoretical data. And so this would be for a theoretical date of, Friday, January 10th. And so I'm going to cut this here. So I did that. And so now I can delete this here. And so what is the closing value? What am I drawing upon here? Okay, so closing value. Fuck, oops, sorry if I swore. I muttered a swear word. Okay, so closing value. Hopefully this, okay, that transferred good. And, okay. And then let's see, I've got the delta over here. So I'm just going to do delta, that's change. So this is the, I guess I'm really not changing too much of this. This is based on what's calculated here. Those two numbers. So the difference, okay. And so I can take that and I can put it here. So that makes sense. Number of shares. And let's see. Okay, so the theoretical market cap. Okay, wait. This is like the same thing. Okay, so this theoretical market cap is based on these numbers. Okay, so I'm just going to cut that and put it over here. And so that should be correct, drawing upon that data. And also this. Okay, so pre-dilution, I guess. Theoretical data. Oh, man. Okay, number of shares. And so that is calculated. So I should do shares outstanding. Let's see how to do this. So I'm doing this on closing price. Maybe I want to move closing price over. I don't know. How do I want to organize this? I'm just spending all of the time on the dilution, but I'm curious to know about this. So, I'm doing the DDD. Okay, so number of shares. Delete the theoretical value. I've done that. It's the number of shares. Okay, so shares, I should say, introduced. And maybe I just want to wrap the text. Maybe that's a better way. Can't I do all wrap text? There we go. Okay. So this makes it a little bit easier for us to see all the information. And I will just, let's see, center this stuff. And I will line it up in the middle. Okay, so shares introduced. And so I want to see the number of shares. So let's see, I just want to insert, I'll just do from up here. So shares outstanding, which is, number of shares total. Well, I should know that lingo. So shares outstanding. Okay. So shares outstanding. And so I at least have this for the actual data. And so that should be this number. Which is based on, these numbers. Okay, so okay, I'm just like thinking about, how do I want to organize this? But okay, so number of shares. And then so this is like theoretical wait, no, this is not theoretical. This is pre-dilution. And so that is taking what numbers? Okay, yes. So this is, theoretical. So theoretical as in no dilution. So maybe I want to wrap this as well. I can at least yeah, I was thinking that would adjust, but maybe I just need to. Actually, no, I don't want to adjust the heights of them. That just gets kind of messy. So anyways, there's that, and I think I put 2 spaces there. So there we go. It's a little bit tighter. Okay, so sorry about that. So so shares outstanding. That would be. Wait a second. Pre-dilution. Okay, it's all the way over here. So that many. So it's 50 million less. So that's should be pretty clear. And then let's see the change in that. Okay, so this is the delta. How did I'll just do it how I calculated it. And so this is for the not the shares outstanding, but is that a market cap number? Yeah, that's a market cap number. Ugh. TMI, that's all this is. Too much information. Okay, so that's theoretical. And so I'm just going to check what this is going on. So it's that, and that market cap. And this is just, it's a theoretical number. What was the change in this is okay. So the market cap when on that date when there was the dilution, it was 4.5 billion. Theoretically, if there was no dilution, it would be that. What is the market cap today? So I can really just copy this. Oops, actually. Copy this, paste it up here. That is, this. So that was not from that day. That's from today. So I should, oops. So what I should do, anything that references this market cap should actually be referencing this actual data because this is the dilution. And so what cells reference that one? So I need to move that to this. Circular references, dang it. Okay, so based on that. Okay, so maybe I don't want it to be. Oh, okay, so this is calculated. Now this is not calculated. Yeah, so this is just a number. Excuse me. All right. Okay, so all right. Maybe I should not use this funny font because the numbers don't really line up well. font is just like, is that a better way to read the numbers because they line up? I don't care. I like this font. Okay. No, it's because that, yeah, it was throwing me off. It looks like it's coming in, but yeah, I guess it is, yeah. Whatever. I got commas there. Okay, so this number, this number, this. Shares outstanding. So I don't really need to calculate this, but I think it's good that I know how to calculate this. Shares outstanding, excuse me. Just that number times that number. Excuse me. Yep, so there would be a circular reference there. Okay. And so actually, what I could do, market cap, I could calculate that to here. So, I had wanted, so, it's just like multiply number of shares outstanding times the closing price. Market cap was 1.8 billion. And so, but that, okay, so that's with the, inclusion of this. So let's see. Shares introduced. And so, this is how we get so that should be basically this number minus that number. What's going on here? What did I do? So 381,578,947 minus that. Dang it. This is a number. This is a number. Why am I not able to subtract one number from another number? 50. Okay, so I don't understand this. Why can't I subtract? Oh, because this is a date. Okay, so I want this to be same format. I'm screwing all this up just because the format's different. So actually, I'll just do, drag this up. Oh, crap. And just do formatting only. Okay, so I could do this. Is this minus D2. Okay, so that's how the shares that we had back then. Theoretical with no dilution data. Okay, so that's the same number. So that will be this. So there we go. All right, so that makes sense, hopefully. And the max pain for this date. So is there. And let's see if I'm including, I should probably do closing price, insert, cut cells, closing price, and then I could move max pain to over here. I think that makes a little more sense. And I can actually get that a little tighter so we're not taking up so much room. Okay. Okay. So I don't need this. And so the share increase, yes, this is where I was getting into all that information from the filing. And so maybe what I want to do is I might do, copy this just to have it here. Max pain for today or for the 10th, depending on whenever you're watching this, was, what did I say, $4? AMC Entertainment, $4. Yep, so $4 here. Dang it, I gotta do the formatting. All right, $4. And we close below it, so that sucks. And so what's this number here? What did I just calculate? Oh, I was gonna do something else there, so maybe I'll do it like that. And so this is the difference. So this is the theoretical minus actual. So the difference, theoretical minus actual. And so that would be, again, 4, 10, 25. And so, hey, actually, we can kind of calculate what this, I don't know, that would be the same number. Just like back calculating what I just calculated. Okay, so coming over here, share increase. So yeah, what I could do, just, as kind of a check, if that's the market cap and that's the total number of outstanding shares, you could say, hey, I want this divided by that. No, I screwed that up. How to calculate market cap? Is the shares times the price. Okay, so market cap is the shares times the price. So if I want to get the price, I would then want to, let's see. Okay, yeah, this is the difference. This is not the price. This is the difference. Okay, so I'll put NAs here because it doesn't matter. Yes, we've got that in order. I'll have to adjust all of this. Shares introduced. Okay. And then let's see, closing price. Closing price. Why do I have closing price here 2 times? I feel like there's probably some stuff that references that. Hopefully not. Everything looks the same. Okay. So I cleaned that up a little bit, so that's good. Get the closing price right there. Okay, and then the shares outstanding, shares introduced. Maybe I want to move market cap over here so we have like the shares outstanding and introduced in the same place. So it's there. This and this. Okay, shares introduced, and the shares had a par value of this, so we can then calculate the cost. And then again, this all the way over here is not applicable. And then so the closing value on that day was this much. And then if we look at the actual data, so it has gone down the closing value, and that is the actual data. And if I kind of take this, and then, so I guess I do like a theoretical. Okay, yeah, so that's stuff. I can just delete these so it's a little bit closer. And then come back over to here. And so let's think about this. Okay, so yeah, all of this stuff over here is not applicable, I believe. Yeah, so that's just like information. This is just information for us. Okay. So I've got all of these NAs here, and so this is the closing value. So on that day, if it would have closed at max pain, I guess that would be, let's see. So I've got, yep, so based on the number of shares introduced, the cost, the share price, I must have screwed this up. Oh, okay, so that's like the, oh, okay, wait. Shares introduced, cost. I don't know that I like how I've done this. Okay, so I'm tired. I've had this, been doing this for an hour and 37 minutes. And I've had this sitting here. I'm going to start doing this, because I'm tired of this crap. Okay, thinking. It's tough. Okay, so the closing value here. Let's see. I'm tired. Tired of thinking. And maybe, you know, just to kind of, so I'm not having all these NAs here, I'm going to cut this, insert up there. Then I don't have to have all these NAs. Okay, so that's a little bit nicer, hopefully. But then these filings, you know, kind of relate. This is like a timeline. I'm really like going back in time. And so closing values, that's okay, so I kind of just figured out. Okay, so the number of shares introduced, 50 million. I think I screw this up. Yeah, it's good that I put all this stuff together in the table so I can like look at the references, so it makes a little bit more sense. And so this, I'm really just like looking at the value of these shares, I guess, that were introduced. And so maybe this is not the best way to do this. So if I do the closing value, and maybe I want to include the fifth on this as well, just to have that. Okay, so closing value. So this is the number of shares introduced times the cost of them, which is based on the par value, the number of shares introduced. So the closing value of the introduced shares, that's how much we raised. Okay, so this is going to be effectively money raised as a result of the dilution from dilution. I don't get why that made this. Okay. There we go. Okay, so money raised from dilution. And, okay, and so this market cap is based on the actual, okay, so that's closing price, shares outstanding, and shares outstanding include this. And so I'm curious, maybe I want to insert a row here, and this is going to be pre-dilution. And so that would be on the 5th. So the closing price on that day, if I, go forward to the future, go to the past really, the closing price was $5.20. I knew that. So $5.20. Why is this not? I just want the same format. There we go. Okay, so 520. So how did I get this market cap? I based that on that. So I'm just gonna freeze that one. Oh, no, actually, I would not want to do that. So I will want to copy and paste this. And then I would just move this to there. And so the market cap was here. And then we did increase the size of that market cap. So that, is good. We raised, this much money from that. But then if we look at from here, the market cap, and then now the market cap, the value has gone down. So I think a lot of the reason why it came down was because of that dilution. So money raised from dilution. And so this is, what was the, okay, so I guess it would be $0. Okay. So that's over there. Really, like, should be the same format. Okay. So money raised from dilution up here. This is pre-dilution, and I want this over there, like that. Okay, and then what do I have over here in red that's kind of off? This is the difference, and that is this number, which is, oops, that minus that. And so okay, so insert here. And this is not going to be theoretical. This is going to be, let's see, okay, so delta, which is actual minus the dilution column, or the dilution row, so this row. And so I guess that would be same date. And let's see. Okay, so for this, We've got that there. I can delete this column. Okay. And so we've got that there. Okay, so the actual minus dilution, this kind of is confusing. Well, so money raised from dilution. Really, what I think I want to do is the dates. So the 10th, January 10th minus the 12th. And that's how I get that number. So that's money raised, and that's actually negative. So that's kind of the point I wanted to get at with that. And let's see. So I will, from this, take, let's see, what is this? I am doing December 6th of 2024 minus January 10th of 2025. And so from it, that's how I get this. And these are all just going to be NAs as far as I understand. Okay. And then here I have the theoretical minus the actual. So like if we wouldn't have had the reverse split and then, you know, whatever number this is to be. So if this is 6, let's say if this is 3.8, so it's the closing price. That should, I was expecting that to be the same number, not a negative number. So how do I calculate this? That's just a 5 there. How do I calculate this? So the actual data, and then the theoretical will be with no dilution. And so if this is 3.8, that number should be the same. And this is not. So how do I get that? Because, you know, price would have come down, but there would be 50. So this would then be like, you know, plus this. And then that should be 0. What? It should be 0. Oh, crap. Yeah, so let's just take a second to think about this. This is theoretical with no dilution. If price were to come down to 380, there would be fewer shares that drop, so there would be less, let's see, 381, yeah, so if I just, okay, so I just want to basically move this to that. That should be 0. Okay, cool. There we go. That's right. I must have done a typo. Okay, so even if we wouldn't have done this dilution, the market cap would have come down. It would be lower than it currently is. But if we wouldn't, so that's, you know, that suggests that it was good for us. But the news of the dilution did lower the price. And so I feel like, you know, you could easily argue that price would be higher, you know, if it closed at max pain. But I would argue that max pain is lower because of this dilution. So I think if we would have stayed around 5 or 520, the same price up here, 5.2, you know, this number matches that, so that makes sense. That's good. But yeah, that didn't happen. And so like if we would have gone up in price, yeah, I mean, I think that this brought the price down. And yeah, so because this is all like reverse split, pre-split numbers, I think. Okay. So this is something, maybe I want to just copy and move to the left, or not copy, I want to cut and move to over here so we can think about them. Maybe not. Just leave them over here because this is, okay, so share increase. But this is, following the 1 for 10. Because, yeah, I mean, if we have outstanding shares that are lower than the number of the increase, I would think this would have to be divided by 10. This would have to be divided by 10 because of that reverse split. But let's look at the data. Let's get some better understanding of that. So yeah, coming back to this, too much information. Okay, so from the beginning of 2020 to December 4th, outstanding shares of our Class A common stock have increased by 376 million shares. And so if we currently have an outstanding shares of this, that means that like all of the shares basically were introduced, which doesn't make sense. And then so if I come down to, where's the next part? Okay, so I have one that's 426. Where's 426? So this is this. 5 to 4. Okay, in accordance with a chapter amendment, we increase the total number of authorized shares of Class A common stock from this to this. So we're reversing. Okay, so, and effectuated a reverse. So this is on the 24th, okay, of August. So right here is when there's that common stock from 524 to 550. And then in accordance with the terms of the Certificate of Designations governing the Series A convertible participating preferred stock, following the effectiveness of the charter amendments, all outstanding shares of our Series A convertible participating preferred stock converted into 99.5 million shares. And so my impression is that all of this information, this is the time frame, that in accordance with the terms of a certificate following the effectiveness preferred stock. And so actually maybe to get at this information, maybe it'd be good to go back to look at these filings. So rather than looking at this one document, maybe I want to go back in time. And so I don't think that this is necessarily, I'll just delete these cell columns. I don't think that's necessarily helpful. And so, I've got this here. And yeah, so this is all, on the screen, and anything that's behind me is NA. So I think we're good. I guess got Max Payne behind Ed there, but I think it's okay. All right, so maybe I could make, there we go. Efficient use of space. This, yeah, okay, so I think that looks good. And Max Payne is going to be NA for these things, so I'll do that. So that's, let's see. Oh, that's the difference. Okay, so theoretical with no dilution data. And so this would be, 0, oops, 0, like this 0. Then theoretical minus actual is going to be, that's not applicable. Okay, cool. So I got all the information there. Gotta save that. And so I think I want to go back in time to look at more filings. And I'm just going to kind of focus on this dilution, I guess. So I'm probably going to have to do a number of these videos. And so that's fine with me because I want to just get at this information. And so this is, okay, so yeah, I've done this. Now let's go on to page 2 here, SEC filings. Upload, generate letter. This is an 8K. What was the previous 8K? Current report filing. Okay. So this 8K, let's look at this. What is this filing? Oop. I am just, I'm tired. I think that's what it is. So I don't think I need to look at this information. I don't think that's necessarily that useful. But yeah, I guess what I might want to look for, the one that did seem to have a lot of information, was the 424B5. And so 8K, current report filing. I guess maybe I should just read what all these say, what the descriptions are. So form upload, SEC generated letter, blah, blah, blah. Correspondence can be sent. Current report. Schedule filing to report acquisition of beneficial ownership of 5% or more of class action equity securities by passive investors and certain institutions. So that's, I don't want to get too into the weeds with this stuff. Current report filing. I guess, what I was looking at here is that March 14th of 2023. So maybe I want to go back to that date. Or the outstanding shares of class increased by that. So it's just kind of like a general statement. Then on March 14th, 2023. So that's kind of what I want to go to. March 14th of 2023. And actually, maybe I want to go to a different date. Like the date March 14th. Yeah, so maybe I'll just go back all the way. March 14th, 2023. March 14th of 2023. This is 24. Okay, I'm going to pass over some juicy stuff pretty soon. Really like around here. It's August. I want to get to March. So let's get to March. Lots of data here. Oh, I want to get to, what am I looking at? This here. So I want to see on March 4th. Okay, so this is March 14th. We held a special meeting of our stockholders. Blah, 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 blah. And on August 14th, we filed the amendment. Okay, so I basically want to look at August 14th through the 24th. So I have gone past those dates because I was looking for March. I don't need to do that, and so I'm on page 18. I'll go back to page 14 and see where that's at. Oh, gosh. August 14th and 24th. August 14th and 2024 and 24th. So, okay, yeah, so this is getting into some interesting stuff. So I'm going to just go to the page 15 to look at this is 8. So I'm just going to... Okay, so on the 14th, on page 14, so I'll just, yeah, look at these and see what's here, what's good with them. Written communication pursuant to, so this is, oh, okay. This is getting to one of my bullet points. Okay, so AMC preferred equity units, each constituent a depository share representing 1/100th interest in share of a Series A convertible participating preferred stock. This is where stuff gets like kind of confusing. Okay, so this is insert, and so here, and I'll do format same as below. Okay, so I do 8K filing, and so this is APE. AMC preferred equity units or APE units, each constituting a depository share representing 1/100th share. Okay, so and so this is like APE equals AMC divided by 100. So 1 APE equals there. So, and so I will include a link to this one as well. I gotta change that font. All right, cool. So we've got that, and this was on August 14th of 23. Okay. And I guess, yeah, I mean, I can include some information on this. So on that date, what was the closing price on the 14th? That's right. 14th? Yeah, okay, so the 14th. All over the place. Okay, so on the 14th, the closing price on the 14th was $29.91. 29.91. Okay. And then I also have another 8K filing from that day. And actually, so yeah, let's read a little bit more about this. So AMC Entertainment Holdings plans to hold its blah, blah, blah shareholder meeting on November 8th, 2023 with a September 2023 record for the determination of stockholders entitled to receive notice and vote at such a meeting. Okay, I just kind of want to know numbers. Okay. So this, yeah, okay, it's just regarding that. And so I will say that this is regarding dilution. Okay. so I've got another AK filing here on the same day. AMC Entertainment Holdings. This is, yeah, same thing. So I'm not sure why there are these two. This one, I guess, has more information. Key events, August 14th. Company files the amendment to its third amended and restated certificate of incorporation to enable the share increase, reverse stock split, and conversion to occur, setting an effective time for the reverse stock split and share increase on August 24th. And so I think all of this stuff did end up happening at the same time, I believe. So on August 24th, Class A common stock commences trading on a 1-for-10 split adjusted basis. For comparison, the prior trading day's closing price is multiplied by 10. Last day of trading of AMC preferred equities. No adjustment is made prior to closing price. 1 APE is now comparable to 1/10 of a share of Class A common stock. Okay, so 1 APE is now comparable to 1/10. Whereas this made me think that, oh, the other one that I was looking at from. Oh, yeah, this is interest in a share. Okay, so I guess it's not 1/100th. Oh, well, I guess it would effectively be 1/100th if 1 APE is worth 1/10, and then there's a reverse split. It effectively ends up being 1/100th. So that makes sense. Because there's a reverse split, and this is that. And so, yeah, just details on that. APEs no longer trade on the New York Stock Exchange. To be honest, I feel like this was fairly manipulative APEs. So, yeah, I'm like not too, I don't know. But yeah, okay, so this is like, so this is the 8K filing of APE conversion, APE conversion, and reverse split is what we saw there. There we go, cool. APE conversion and reverse split. That was also on this date, also had the same closing price because it was the same date. Okay, and then I come back to here, and then so like this is where things start to get interesting. Okay, so yeah, this is getting back to how am I organizing this? So first, and then yeah, I should probably, if this is below that, I should probably put this one, insert, cut cells, and so this AK filing should also say dilution. Okay. And then so we need to see on here, insert. This is going to be for the 24th. This is 424B5 filing. And this, I'll leave that blank for now. Should not have anything there. It's just formatted like that. Okay, so I'll click this. So this will include more of the information, is what I gather, than the 8K. And so that's a hyperlink to it. And I'm going to change that font to my favorite font. Okay, cool. And this is on 8/24/23. And what was the closing price? on that date, that was 1437. 1437. I'm just going to make sure I got that right because maybe I spaced out when I was thinking that. Closing price. No way. Okay, yeah. Closing price. 1437. Okay. So I got that there. And, okay, so what am I doing now? Coming back to here, let's just look over this document. And so this is something about 6.9 million shares. We are issuing pursuant to this prospectus supplement an accompanying base prospectus to aggregate 6.9 million shares of our Class A common stock. So this is also dilution. So this is dilution before certain adjustments with respect to holders, excluding from settlement. The settlement shares are being issued to record holders at our. So this is. Yeah, I mean, because we look at this first document, this is on the, this is the 8K. If I look at, so I need to, this one that I was looking at has more information. This is the 50 million shares. So the one that I'm looking at, this is dilution, and this is for 6.918 million shares. And so this filing is dilution, and the shares introduced 6918090. I think that's right. Yep. Okay, cool. And so I'm just gonna paste the format. All right, so that's the number of shares that were introduced, which would probably be pre-dilution or pre-split. So that would actually be like 69 million shares. I don't know if that's right. And the par value, though, par value is 1 cent, same as here. And so the cost is based on what sells, those two. So I can copy that and put that there. But this is, like I said, probably reverse split. And so that's probably 680. Okay, so I'll come back to these like calculations and stuff, because this was filed before based on how it's listed on their website. And so, yeah, there's just a bunch of information on this. So if people want to dive into that, it's there. And so I can come back to this page, and I was just looking at this one. I can look at the 8K from that same day. And so this is going to be the basically 8K filing dilution. Okay, so I'm just trying to think about what did I. This is this dilution. I just put like the numbers there, which I could have consolidated them with this information down here. I find that kind of interesting. So what I might want to do is do that. Okay, so because I got some redundancy. Okay. It's tough to organize all of this data in a way that makes sense, but it's really not that hard. Okay, and so this was on 8/24, and this is all the same. Okay, and so with that being said, if I just look at down here to this, the dilution here, I feel like max pain should probably be below all of that stuff. And then I could probably just put all of this information. I'll do. And then this also. This value. Okay. So that's all the same. But rather than making it all the same, I might just do. Just want to do hyphen. Okay. It's not that it's not applicable, it's just the same. Or maybe I want to do like quotes. I don't know, I'll just do it like this. Dude, what the? Like, I don't want this. I want that. Okay, there we go. And I'll make those centered. So that's just like showing you that it's the same as what it was the previous, recording of it. Okay, and then so this cleans it up a little bit. And so I don't need this. And so I've got, can delete that. Okay, so this is just consolidating it more, making it a little bit cleaner. Okay, maybe I'll remove eds so you guys can all just see that. And so this AK filing, I think I need to make that. I don't think it's a hyperlink. So I will go over to, this is the 8K or this is no. So I'll go to the 8K, copy that, paste that here. Gotta adjust that font, make things look fun. All right. And pre-dilution. Shares outstanding, that would be this number. Yeah, right. So I could do that there. These just both need to be formatted the same. I see I'll do that, but then just do formatting. All right. And so we got that. And so this is just going to be like these over here, not applicable. And so, okay. Let's see. And I should be able to calculate these values once we have, all of the shares in place. And hopefully it makes sense, but I might screw it up because of all these dilutions. It's kind of confusing. But what we can see here is the, this, but this is going to be following like reverse splits and stuff. So we will want to consider that. So this is, I'm just going to insert it here so that we have it like here, pre-dilution. And this would be on 8/23/23. What was the price on that day? The closing price was $19.60. And yeah, so pre-dilution. And there's no dilution up here. That's just kind of an announcement of the plans to do that. Okay, so I've got that. Let's look at that 8K filing, but it's probably like not that interesting because they seem to not have as much information. Okay, well, so this is, regarding the, this is the one that came out on the 24th. What does this say? Okay, so The settlement shares will be issued to record holders of Class A common stock at the close of business on August 24th at a ratio of 1 share of Class A common stock for every 7.5 shares of Class A common stock owned by such record holders after giving effect to the reverse stock split. Contingent upon conversion of AMC preferred equity units, the settlement shares will be issued shortly after. So, let's see. I'm just trying to understand this. This is the other one that was on the 24th. So this is for dilution. What do we see the other stuff on that date? Okay. AMC preferred equity units, each constituting a depository share representing 1/100th interest in a share of Series Class A convertible participating preferred stock. Okay, so I'm just going to read this whole thing. In connection with the previously announced settlement of the case in regards to AMC Entertainment Holdings, stockholder litigation, shareholder litigation. So I guess this is shareholder litigation. To itself, registered. Okay, so this is registering, the new shares. So this is still, is that right? Dilution. The 24th. Okay, so it's the same thing. Both of them are dilution. But I think this also includes stuff on, so this seems to have more information. So this is partially on dilution, and then should be some more information. Okay, so our Class A common stock listed in the New York Stock Exchange, symbol AMC. I'm curious if there's something on here regarding APE. How many pages is this? 21. Okay. I'm just like trying to scan this and see what I can get out of it, if anything stands out. S3. I'm not sure what an S3 filing is. Or S5, whatever this stuff is. So this is litigation. This is just like on August 25th, each AMC preferred equity unit will convert into 1/10 share of Class common stock and will no longer trade on the New York Stock Exchange. Okay, so this includes a lot of stuff we can see right here. The status quo order was lifted on August 11th, 2023, which allowed the company to file the amendment to its third amended and restated certificate of incorporation, the charter amendment, which was previously approved by the company's stockholders at the special meeting of the company's stockholder held on March 14th of 2023, to increase the total number of authorized shares from 524 million to 550 million shares of common stock. So let's see. And affect the reverse stock splits. I think I'm just looking at older data here. Okay, and then so here's some stuff on the APE units. And then so effectuate. Okay, so this is dilution, which ended up being, just scrolling up to the top here. I didn't realize I scrolled that far. 6.9 million shares. So if I scroll back down to that, I shouldn't have scrolled up a minute ago. Dang it. I saw some stuff on. I'm an idiot. I shouldn't have scrolled up. Okay. I had it highlighted. I'm a double idiot. Okay, so this math doesn't really check out, because if it's like 6.9 million, then from this to that doesn't make sense, but whatever. And so the share increase or dilution, then the effectuate a reverse stock split at a ratio of 1 share of Class A common stock for every 10 shares of Class A common stock. The reverse stock split, in each case effective on August 24th, so that's a reverse stock split, so that's not the 8K, this is this, which is dilution, RS, APE. So yeah, I don't know. Maybe I labeled these incorrectly or poorly, but that's something there. Okay. And then so that's same reverse stock split, 1 for 10, also dilution, apparently. In the reverse stock split together with the share increase. The reverse stock split together with the share increase. This 8K. Registering 6.918 million shares of Class A common stock. So this is a settlement shares. So I don't think this is what I'm looking for. Because if I look at this other document from over here, up to 50 million. This says, this one's 69, 6.9 million. This says that many shares. We are issuing, pursuant to this prospectus supplement, an accompanying base prospectus in aggregate of 6.9 million shares. The settlement shares are being issued to the record holders of our Class A common stock. Settlement class time defined herein as settlement payment pursuant to terms of the stipulation of agreement of compromise settlement release. So this is like the litigation, I guess. So this is not dilution. Yeah, so how does this compare to the other one, which is over here? We enter into a sale and registration agreement with Goldman Sachs from the time to... Okay, so the odd number here, this is for litigation. This is a lawsuit, I guess. Okay, so this is not that. This is litigation. Hopefully I spelled that right. This is the one that I'm looking for. Okay, so yes, litigation. I think I spelled that correctly. And so these are not shares that are introduced. These are just shares that are paid out. And so for this dilution, what I want to do is look at this one, which is the 424B5, and scroll to wherever I highlighted right here. And so we can see that this is to authorize number of shares, Class A common stock from that to that. So what we can do here, no, but this litigation dilution, this is litigation dilution. Because what we see, no, okay, maybe. Effective. Okay, so I'm going to come back to this, but I just want to get a better idea from the top here. Sorry, I'm not used to looking. We are issuing pursuant to this prospectus supplement and accompanying base prospectus an aggregate of that many shares, which are the settlement shares of our Class A common stock. And so this was dilution. This litigation was dilution. And so I will want to put this here. That's litigation dilution. Okay. And but so I imagine that, yeah. We've just are just diluting so much here. It was like, why do we do all this stuff the exact same time too? Because it just nuked the stock. And I'm doing this for 2.5 hours. So the status quo order was lifted on August 11th, which allowed the company to file an amendment on its third amended and restated certificate of incorporation, the charter amendment, which was previously approved by the company's stockholders at the special meeting, company stockholder meeting, to increase the total number of shares authorized by the Class A common stock from that number to that number. So I'm going to have to pull up the calculator app. And so we can see that 550,000 minus 524,173, 073 equals that many. And I don't know if this factors into that. But, I don't know if I can copy that. Okay, cool. And I will put that here. Because I don't know if this is included in that. Oh, is it a fire appeal Delaware court status charter? So that's the. Okay, so this is, I think, some details that I want. In order to settle the shareholder litigation, allow the status quo order to be lifted, and permit the conversion of AMC preferred equity units into Class A common stock to proceed, the company agreed to make a settlement payment to the record holders of Class A common stock as of the time that the reverse stock split became effective. This settlement payment consisted of 1 share of Class A common stock for every 7.5 shares of common stock, of Class A common stock held by the plaintiffs. Okay, so they got paid out, and contingent upon reverse stock split and conversion of AMC. An aggregate of that many shares of Class A common stock will be issued as the settlement payment before certain adjustments with respect to the holders excluded from the settlement class as of August 24th based on a total of that many shares Class A common stock outstanding immediately after giving effect to the reverse split. Class A common stock outstanding immediately after giving effect to the reverse stock split, the conversion of AMC preferred equity units, common stock, and issuance of shares of Class A common stock, the settlement payment. The shares issued at the settlement payment will represent about 4.4% of the outstanding common share stock on a pro forma basis. So AMC preferred equity. Okay, so there's just like a lot. Okay, so Class A common stock to be outstanding after issuance. 158 million shares of our Class A common stock. Security issued by us is 6.9. After issuance. Okay, so this is the total number that we should have after all of this, from what I understand. Shares introduced. So it's like this. And that's the difference. So I believe I'm probably screwing up some numbers here. Okay, so as previously disclosed on April 3rd, we entered into a binding settlement term with the plaintiffs for this litigation. And so the result is, them paying them out with these shares. But then also there's this dilution. And then there's also this reverse split. Okay, so this just has so many things in it. So what I think I want to do so that will be the dilution. This will be the 424B5 filing. Oh, well, I'll probably just do it like this. Okay, so yeah. Yeah, I'm just trying to think of how to kind of keep this organized. 424B5 filing. Reverse split. And I will make this that format. Okay, so the reverse split, this also happened on this day. This is also at that price. And so the reverse split would be shares outstanding. This, I don't know how to. Okay, so I don't know how to do this math. It's just so complicated because so many things were done on the same day. It's like kind of intentional to make this confusing. I don't know. I don't like this. I wish I could just calculate this a little bit easier, but maybe I'm just dumb. Okay, so to increase the total number of authorized shares of Class A common stock from that to that, so that's A, that's the first thing, and then effectuate a reverse stock split at a ratio of 1 share of Class A common stock for every 10 shares of Class A common stock, the reverse stock split. In each case, effective, the reverse stock split together with the share increase permits the conversion of the company's preferred equity units into shares as Class A common stocks. This just is like, this is so effing confusing, and so I don't know that there's any point in doing this because it's just, confusing. Um, okay, so now we need to look at how many apes were issued. I feel like I'm getting dumber looking at this. Okay, so let's look at this. How many apes were issued? Okay, so Class A common stock to be outstanding after issuance. Okay, so AMC Entertainment Holdings, that issue. And so this is 158 million. And so what do we have as far as shares outstanding here? I'm annoyed that this is so complicated. Because this is issued, this is shares. So up here, it's like, increase the total number of shares. Okay, so I've got to figure out how many apes there are. This is so annoying. I totally feel like this manipulated it, making it more confusing than it needed to be. Why would we dilute at the same time that we do a reverse split? Like, look at what happened. We are just getting beaten down here. Okay, so keep it together. Just try to figure this out. It makes sense. I'm just tired. It just seems like it's like too much of a pain in the ass. Dilution, reverse split, and apes, along with the litigation, all in the same filing. Like, okay. So let's see, maybe notification filed by National Security Exchange to report the removal from listing and registration of matured, redeemed, or retired securities. So this would be related to the apes, I think. I don't know what this is. I don't find this to be that useful, so I am going to close that. Come back to here. 8K filing from the 25th. Hopefully this clears up some stuff because my head hurts. Trading symbol. Okay, so this would have to be for the apes, I think. Okay, so participating, convertible participating preferred stocks. Yes, this is like the deletion of apes. Okay, so I should probably just think about what's the language that's used here. Okay, trading symbol, title of each class, conversion of outstanding. These are ape units into shares, ape conversion. Okay, so I'll do, I don't want to do insert. Format same as below. Oh no, I want to do it. It doesn't matter. 8K filing ape conversion. And this is on 82523. And again, the closing price on the 25th, let's see, was 1243. 1243. change the font here, dang it. Okay. So, what am I doing? I would hope this would have some information on the number of units, but it doesn't. These 8K forms are not really that useful, and so I think that, you know, because this is at the top, I'll just go to the previous page, or the more recent page. Oh. Okay. I just want to know how many apes. Change beneficial. What are these? Number of derivatives acquired or disposed of. So this is derivatives. This is that number. God damn it. I'm going to have to go through all of these. Shares introduced. Oh, man. I did the math here. No, I didn't do the math. I did the math. No. I meant to do the math there that I had done on the calculator. Gosh, I'm just all over the place. I'm sorry. I'm so tired of this crap. But this should be equal to 5500000. I'm not sure how many. 55123 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. That's 500, and then so it's that, gosh, minus 524 173 073. This is what I had before, I believe. Yeah, okay, so did the math there. And so that was what was kind of going over in that. And so for this, I'm going to have to also do some math, which, because the apes are 1 to 10 conversion, we have this many apes here. 42884. So this is equal to 42884. So it's like, okay, so stuff on the apes is, this is an 8K. I wanted to look at this, which is, we'll convert 1/10 or 0.1 shares. Okay, so then it's this, you know, it's the number of ape, you know, and I'm just going to do divided by 10. I want this to have the same format as above. Okay. Oh. Okay. And this is not applicable. It's not applicable because it's not really dilution. And so I'm going to do insert another one of these to look at the next filing that's up here. It's just like way too many. So this is the one there that's that many. This is such an ugly document. It's all over here, but yeah. So that many being disposed. And so from that we can calculate, you know, how many shares are being added to this. This is so confusing. But I'll do that again. So here I'll go to this next one. Oh, wait. This is a filing. This is a deletion of the Sure, so this is actually based on the filing date. It's the 28th. And so if I look over at the 28th, the closing price was actually 1107. So if I look at this, imagine it's just going to be the same form. Title of securities. AMC preferred equity units, that many. Okay, so this is 4288, which is what I calculated there. 4288. Yep, so this is all the same. I'm sorry, I'm probably screwing a lot of this up, but I'm pretty sure I copied this. Okay, so there's that. And so this will be the same here. Okay. This probably should be NAs, I don't know. NAs, dashes, whatever. It's just like too much crap. So I imagine this is just like more of ones that are, this is just like the same exact thing. 42,884. This is such a pain in the ass. Like, look at all these fucking forms. Like, why don't we just do this all as one thing? Like, look, there's a new number there. So it's like I gotta do this. Like, for all of this crap, there's just like too many of these. So it's like, I'm not gonna include all this crap. But, so it's 1, 2, 3, 4. Fourth one, I think it's like the same as being like 4288. So that's what I got here, 4288. Which is here, you know. Okay, so a 4288. Okay, this is like the one that I'm linking to. So there's 4. Is this one? How many are destroyed? 19,212. But then for this, no, I will make it 19,212. Okay. And there's like multiples of these. Okay, so coming back to here, and so if it's like 1, 2, 3, 4. So 1, 2, 3, 4. This should be the same number. No. I hate my life. Alright, so. Yeah, like, are all of these, like, is it just coincidence that these are the same numbers? 1, 2, 3, 4. 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. This is like the 1921 that I did. Okay. Disposed of these AMC preferred equity units, 19212. So I got that here, 19212. Okay. So 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. But wait, no. So it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, and then this one, and then this one should be ideally the same number, 1921. So I think that's a replicate. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2. I'm pissed off because I think I've got to go through all of this crap. I think I've got to include all of it. And it's just like so confusing with all these tabs open. Well, this is August there. Maybe I'll move this how to. And then so that'll keep it separated a little bit. So I've got this one correctly labeled. And insert. And so if they are replicated, you know, it's like this one is the first one, 42884, 42884. So this goes just to make sure because they're all the same. Okay, and then so the next one, number 2, is this. Four two eight eight four. I want to do this so the formatting is correct if I copy it. So now the third one from the bottom. This one. This is again a 42884, so I don't know if this is just like a duplicate or what, but I'll select that, copy that, paste that into there. All right. Been doing this for almost 3 hours. APE conversion. Yeah, it's all same unless the number's different. This is the fourth one. We got 1, 2. I don't even know if this is correct. Okay, so I gotta go 1, 4. God damn. 42884. This is 42884. Okay, yeah. It's again the same. But then this is this document. This is the, and I just need to delete this one here. because I don't know which one it is. We've got 4 there. I don't think this is worth the effort. You know, because this like all happened on the 25th, but it's like filed on the 28th, so I don't know if this is the best way to do it. There's 4 of them. So I'll copy this, that. And this one is the 5th one's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'll just do it from the top, I guess. It's probably easier. And this is these that are deleted, disposed of, 19 to 1, 2. So this is what I had before. So I want to copy this. This is 19 to 1, 2, 19 to 1, 2. Okay. This one, another file, 19212. So I just need to change the link to this one. So there's that. Okay. Now this one is how many? APE 42. Gosh. 884. Has this. Okay, and this. No, I'm just going to do the fonts at the end, I guess. So the next file up here is this one. This is going to be a different number. That many apes were introduced. So that number is 2525162. Okay. And go to the next one. This is just like infinite. Jeez. Restricted stock units. What the hell? Maybe this is what I want. These are disposed of. Preferred equity units. So like all these other ones, they just included 1. It's like, why? Why not just do it all together? And then this, acquired or destroyed. Restricted stock. I don't know what that means. I'll just add all of these up. So because that's like all of the apes that are disposed of were converted 1 to 10 into stock. So then insert here, do this other one, and this one's going to include some math, and maybe I'll want to like reformat this on another time, but I've been doing this for like over 3 hours, and I'm like pretty annoyed by this, to be honest. Okay, so let's see. Include the link to this one. That's there. Actually, did I correct that? Okay, cool. And so this number, though, will be a number of numbers. So I've got 132,591, 132,591, 132,591, plus 67512, 67512, plus 37773, 37773, sorry, 3 sevens, plus, oh wait, didn't finish. Okay, so, and then the next one is 197,975, 197,975. Okay, and so that should be everything. Good amount there. And so if I come back to here, there's still more. More of just like a list like the last one. So for this, I've got to add up all these numbers now. This is 867 5309, 867 40, 867 40, 27427, 27427, 17,000 plus 17,000 plus 90,503 plus 90,503. Okay. And then is there another one? No. Okay, so let's hope there's no more, but there's probably more. Jesus. Yeah, so I don't like this. I don't like this. This is just like way too much crap all going on at the same time, and like it's just too much. Like I just did these numbers, I think. God damn it. 104,157, 104,157, 34811 plus 34811 plus 1700 plus 17,123 plus 90,503 plus 90,503. Okay. Now this one, I should do it so it's like I just did that one. Okay, so can keep track of it. Insert, so you copy this. maybe I should make it say ape destruction. Or ape disposal. $189. 36061 plus 36061. So that's not a lot. This makes me hate my life. Go to this one, click on it, just get that link, copy and paste it over here, and then do the math on how many of these were destroyed. Jesus, I hate my life. I don't know if I said that before. I'm just kidding, I don't, but I don't like all of this that I have to do to try and figure out if I don't like this. And like, why did we even do the ape thing? 27427. 27427. And why hasn't like Taylor Swift done another concert or something? Because, yeah. Or why haven't there been like comedy shows or anything? 13221. And then 72 plus 72000. And so this is a massive amount of dilution. Getting into some bigger numbers here. I find this super sketchy because it's just like, why couldn't this have been filed in one document? It's like spread out to make it hard to do this. 221 229, 221 229, 25318 plus 25318 plus 13221 plus 13221. 71725 plus 71725. Okay, so that's a notable amount. Gosh. I gotta copy this. All right, 42912, 42912, 14770 plus 14770. Oops, 770 plus 7555 plus 7555 plus 40940 plus 40940. Okay. Way too many documents. Jeez. I just don't get why this wasn't all one document. Why wasn't this all one filing? 1957, 1957, 163, 1957, 163. All right, and then 316,458 plus 316,458 plus 316,458. 179,415 plus 179,415. And then 869,113 plus 869,113. It's a lot there. Jeez. Okay, so now finally done. Just curious what this is. I don't know what that is. And so I am just going to change all of these, unfortunately, manually to disposal. Disposal. And maybe I should do like, this is like disposal 1, disposal 2, 3, which I might be wrong about this, and maybe they're not all separate because some of the numbers are the same. Man, I gotta do this. Disposal. Disposal 7. Disposal 8. Disposal 9. Excuse me. Disposal 10. Why is this so much work, you know? I would just think that I feel like I was hoping this would instill some confidence in me. It is doing the exact opposite. All because of that dilution that we just recently did on a Friday morning. I don't feel as confident in what I am holding. Unfortunately, I'm sure people are going to give me a hard time about that, but to be honest, I don't really care. So that's a lot of dilution. What I should probably do as well here, I'll do another this would be post APE disposal. So I'd say pre-APE disposal filings. And so maybe I want to do like no, I'll just do it like that. Pre-APE disposal filings. This was on 8/25, just to get what the closing price was on that date. 12.43. And so I have no idea how many shares were available following all of this, because it's just like it's like way too much information. But maybe I can just consult like Yahoo Finance. Look at all these tabs that I have open, man. It's just like way too much stuff. Way too much stuff going on. Okay, so I'm just gonna go with this like Yahoo Finance, and maybe what I want to do, what was the number of outstanding AMC shares on, I'll say, on August 28th, 2023. The number of outstanding AMC shares on August 24th. On that day, AMC entered also reverse split. It's so let's see September. I've never been to this website, so I don't know. I guess I need to start a trial. I'm not going to do that. AMC stock shares outstanding history. Okay, so this is cool. Shares outstanding. So Sunday. What? September 30th. So I don't want it to be like August, June. Okay, so yeah, so like I don't know how to keep up with all of this stuff because it's just like way too much. Like I feel like it's a problem. But what I can do, so we got Friday, June 30th of 2023. Finance charts data, historical data. And so this date is going to be June 30th, 6/30/23. I'll figure out the price later. Shares outstanding. This is 158,000,000. And I just want to copy this format, put it up here. No, I want to paste. Formatting. Oops. There we go. NA. Okay, and so what was the price on this date? June 30th. June 30th, the closing price was $38.82. 38.82. Just gonna do this. Same formatting. And then so market cap, I can calculate that by there we go. So it's just this, and $6 million market cap. Okay, yeah, cool. Okay. I think this is all just going to be NAs here. So that's the 24th. So then for this, yeah, it's like the same date. APE disposal filings on August 25th. And then, oh, and I should probably do this because it's like the same as the day before. And then so this is just going to be all that. Or maybe it should be NAs, I don't know. Pre-dilution, yeah, I mean, because I think it should just be NAs. Like, no sense complicating this. Okay. So we got this historical data. So the market cap's pretty big then. But I should also note there's also APE on this day. So maybe this should say AMC historical data. And so maybe what I want to do is go over to here and do this, but type this in as APE. No ticker found. Okay, so this is like shady stuff, man, because it's not the same. This is shares outstanding. It's from that market cap 6 million AMC historical data. And so I'd want to do this again. But so this is for, yeah, not all, to be honest, like, okay, so I just have like the data here, so I can just do that. So like June 30th, 155.8 million. That's actually, you know, it's the exact same number here. Since September 30th, that actually gives a more precise number. Kind of interesting. 198,356.90. This is a better number up here. This is September 30th. Okay, so I'll do insert copy cells. This is going to be the same link. This date, though, is then going to be September 30th. So 9/30/23. And on that day, it's after all this crap. So I guess that'd be like the 29th, Saturday. So it would be like closing price on the 29th. What am I doing? Closing price on the 29th, 380, which is, that's not correct. On the 29th, it was, closing price was $7.99. And this would actually be 2.9. And so from that, I could get the number from over here. September 30th, this would be 198,356.90. 198,356,900. 198,356. 198,356,900. 198,356,900. Okay, so based on this, it's like went from a market cap of that to $6 million. Does Webull doesn't say what the, it doesn't give me the information. So see historical data. So then I will say pre-APE historical data, before, well, data, I'll just leave it like that. Come down here. This is delta, and this is going to be pre-APE. So this is going to be post-disposal minus pre-disposal. Okay, and I don't need to make that be a hyperlink. And so the change here, so this would be like from 9/29/23, again with this number. And so I want to get this minus this. That's a pretty big reduction. And then so going from 6 million to here, let's say that's what we're comparing to 1.5 million to what we're seeing currently. It's not gone down that terribly since then. But what do I have over here? Money raised from relation. I should probably let's see, freeze these. There we go. So that the header stays in place. We can scroll through all this crap. And let's see, because I've been doing this for 3.5 hours. Because it's like I have to go back to like when the apes were issued to get like some real value out of this. So I feel like it's just too much information at this point to go back in time that far. I don't think it's necessary. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to make all of these NAs, so I'm not dealing with dashes and stuff as well. It's just already provided that information. And so maybe I can provide some more historical data just on that market cap. And maybe, you know, there's a better place for me to, like Yahoo Finance. This doesn't include the market cap on these days. Okay, so yeah. Okay. This is something else I guess I wanted to get into. So if I go back here, diluted shares outstanding. This is from September 30th, 2023, 162. $162. So a large portion of these are diluted. From September, and if I go to June, 171. Diluted shares outstanding. So if we just go back like 5 years, we see this increasing diluted shares outstanding. And then, okay, I'm going to copy this URL. And I'm going to paste it here. But then I'm going to change this just out of curiosity, out of comparison. I'm going to change it to GameStop. So if we look at this in 5 years, diluted shares outstanding. So this is 438 million for AMC. This is 361. So I don't know, like okay, so kind of like, I guess I'm not pulling up the right data there, so maybe I'll come back to that. But pre-dilution. Maybe I want to just like put this out and then just do like a shorter video tomorrow or something. But yeah, historical data, I mean, from this other page, diluted shares. I don't want to do diluted shares. I want to go to stock outstanding share history. So September 30th, I've got that right here. It's the next one. So this is going to be from December 31st. So 12/31/23. What was the stock price on that day? So that would be like the 29th, effectively. 260. 260. 574. 390. And the closing price on that date, I feel like I was just looking at that, was, let's see, the closing price on December 29th of 2023, 612. So I can do this as 612. Okay. This is going to be March 31st, so 3/31/24. 3/31. So it'd be like 328. Closing price was 372. 3.72. 28. So the shares outstanding, 263, 263, 604, 604, 980. So just like the number of shares keeps increasing. Okay. Now we're getting into June. Okay, so this is like June 30th, 6/30/24. I'm all over the place. 361, 35, 361, 361, 354, 960, I believe. Okay, and what was the share price on June 30th? That would have been like June 28th. So June 28th. The closing price was $4.98, 4.98. Market cap's gone up some. And then let's see historical data for September 30th. Market cap changed. Yes, I did that. Well, I need to cut this out. Put it up there. Okay. September 30th. Insert copied cells. 9/30/24. Closing price was $4.55. So what are the number of shares? 364. 364. 935. 750. Okay, so take this outstanding shares, because this would suggest that they've then gone down. Okay, so yeah, so all this take with a grain of salt, because these numbers that I have down here differ. And so this is just you know, money raised from 12/6 dilution. Okay, that's good. Cool. I don't think that the F needs to be capitalized. Okay, so market cap went down following the disposal of apes. There was also dilution and all of that up here. And then, you know, from money raised from the 12/6 dilution, actual, this is that times that share price. But yeah, okay, so wait. 110. So this is 1. But then if I take this difference, yeah, okay. And then theoretical no dilution data. I find this very depressing. But yeah, so I'm probably going to leave it at that, and I will change this tab to, I don't think I can do a dash. Yep, can't do a dash there. So I will change it to dilution plus APE. And so I think that's useful. And then coming back to this, you know, I'll kind of, I guess I could just do plus APE. And so, yeah, I mean, I'll have to follow up with this other stuff on another time. But yeah, I mean, these are things that I find to be problematic that I'd like to continue to go over. So yeah, I guess I'll have to continue to go over this stuff. But there is one thing that I kind of wanted to go over relating to dilution, which is something that was posted on X, which you guys may not like, but I am just going to look up this person. I don't know if Charlie. Okay, maybe a Zip Trader. This is, I think it's Zip Charlie. This, okay, so yeah. I have been frustrated with him in the past because I feel like he'd just like trash on AMC when it was really down. And so I didn't think that was very helpful. But yeah, okay, so He posted a chart, I believe, recently. Maybe he's... I think he lives in LA. Yeah, so this is why... here's why I believe AMC is your opinion. Okay, so GME shares outstanding, and so this goes back, I don't know how long. Quarterly shares outstanding. So this is something I could look up. And the other thing would be this, that AMC has just gone up. So, you buy more shares here. Let's say you own one of these candles here. It's now been diluted to a very small fraction of, it's like you own all the shares here, and then it just becomes you own a very small proportion of them. But yeah, so let's see. Going to historical AMC shares outstanding. Okay, so this is probably what I would want to look at. So let's do over 5 years, and then I'm going to copy this over to then put over here, but then I will do GME. I just want to see if I get the same thing by doing this. Because yeah, this just shows that it's gone up. So I'm confused about this. I'm just going to leave this here. What is this? But no more, no need for this divide. It's not necessarily about a divide, it's just about that like things change over time, and so it's good to consider that. Quarterly shares outstanding. So maybe I just want to search that. AMC quarterly shares outstanding. Historic. I don't think I need historical. Okay, so we can just see this. Okay, so this is where he got the data from, clearly. And so, actually, let's go back to macro trends, okay? And so we can see this. Okay, so this goes back much further in time. So if I were to do this and do like 20 years, we can see that it's gone up a lot. For GameStop, if I do this over 20 years, we can see that it's overall gone down, but there has been a spike more recently. Yeah, but this is limited to 20 years. There's this, that's a little bit, let's see, 15 years. 10 years. 15 years is optimal. That goes back to 2010. This goes back to around 2010. And so if we look at this and copy it over, I'll just put it here, but then I will search GameStop. Okay, so nope, that's not what I want. Search for ticker company GME. So this looks like it's the same data that he posted over here. So looking at GameStop. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. I'm not going to count all those. But year-to-date quarterly growth, it's just been red, and then it's been green. AMC, it has been green. This is like the same, this is not the same time frame, so let's take this to this. Oh, well, this is all. So let's see. Let's look at 5 years. And then here, look at 5 years. It's gone up. Both have gone up, so it's kind of a misleading chart. But then let's say, bring this back to 2009. It's gone up like that. It's back to 2009, so approximately the same time frame. And we can see that AMC just has, way more shares being created. GameStop doesn't, but they do have some. But this, is 0.43 billion. AMC is 0.36 billion. Yeah, I don't know. But I'll include a link to this in the spreadsheet as well, which I will. Okay, place that there. Then get this one. All right. So yeah, so there's some information there. I hope this isn't a total buzzkill or anything. But, there's still more that I'd like to look into on dilution, but maybe I'll continue soon going over debt compensation and, this other stuff that does stand out to me. But yeah, just looking at dilution and the APE, it's like market cap back here. Okay, so I can just, Google this. What was AMC's market cap on June 30th of 2023? What was AMC market cap on June 30, 2023? Man, I'll ask Grok this, I guess. It was approximately 4.09 billion. So that actually disagrees. It doesn't. So there must have been a lot more shares. And so now I'll just, write the same thing, but just on a different date. So what was the market cap on September 30th? And that's 2024. Was reported to be 1.65 billion. Oh, yeah. Well, so 1.65 billion. And then over here, 4.009. So yeah, I've got a different number. 6.1 billion. What are these web pages, though? Insert. If I make this say grok. Copy link. I don't know if everybody will have access to that. Market cap here for, oops, 409. Oh. Oh. So to get this, I multiply those. To get this, I would take this and divide it by that. So shares outstanding. Insert rows, historical data, but I want this to be grok. Oh, it should be the same number. $1.65, so 165000000. And then if I take this and divide it by that, I get the shares outstanding. Okay. I'll do this, but I'll do it with the grok data. Grok post minus grok pre. And so I think it's good to know. Maybe that's just a better source. Oh, shit. Let's see. Okay. I should do these. Oh, I'm just going to do all of them. Oh, but I need to do the grok link here. Man. 4 hours. This is crazy. I think I need to end this. Yeah, so I'll leave that up there. I'll probably change this stuff. And, I want to look back at, I don't know, I don't need to get diving into any more of this really, but I should probably clean this up. Because that makes it seem not as bad, so I feel like grok is a better... I've got to just keep doing this. Oh, wait, no. December 29th. Oh, wait. This is the wrong date. 3. Was approximately 2.03 billion. $2.03. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Did I do this for June? Okay, so. And then now, yeah. I get to December. Oh, I need to, dang it, I need to include this link. And so I'll do this, but then for December 29th. December 2.03 billion. How about, but then the March what? 28, 2024. 1.2 billion. I kind of like the grok approach better than this. $1.2 billion. How about for marking up December 29th? I'm just going to include it. The market cap was 2.03. It's like the same number here. Okay, so I don't know if I'm doing that right, but it is what it is. I don't want to insert, I want to copy. This should be grok. This is for June 28th. $1.85. One 850 123 123. Just kind of getting a comparison between them. No, I want to do it like this. September 30th. I did that. September 30th. $1.65. Okay, so $1.650. All right. I'm tired. And so, yeah, I mean, I'm just going to come back to this, I guess. And yeah, I will do another video like this soon, focusing more on debt compensation and anything else that I can get to on this list. But basically what I see from the dilution and really like the issuance of the APE shares, which, I mean, I should probably dive more into that, thinking about, you know, we didn't want more dilution, and so APE was issued, and then it ended up like massively diluting the stock and just being very confusing. You know, like looking at the chart here, this was all around that APE time, and you know, from there, from the highs of June 24th to like the lows over here shortly following that, came down 87%. So I did, yeah, I don't know. I'm not that happy about that. And yeah, okay, maybe I can add a little bit. No, I'll do this in another video. And so, you know, with that being said, I'm going to bring Ed back, and you know, as always, these are just my thoughts, my little bit of DD with Ed. And if you enjoyed our thoughts, let me know in the comments down below and share your thoughts, whatever. I forget how I end these videos. I'm tired. This has been about 4 hours and 15 minutes. Yeah, I hope that you look forward to follow up on this. I look forward to it as well. And I will include a link to the spreadsheet in the description down below. You won't be able to edit it, but if you download it and you know, save a copy of it, you should be able to, look at it, but what's online will be static for you guys. And so, yeah, cheers. Thanks so much for tuning into this very, very long video. But I hope that it's helpful in validating conviction that you have, or maybe invalidating some of the conviction that you have. For me, these are things more or less that, have kind of frustrated me. But yeah, the more we know. Cheers. All right, bye guys.